Hello, hello. Wow, it's been a long time since I've done this. I think that being so dang long is why I had so much trouble. I sure wanted to do this a lot earlier today, but I had all kinds of troubleshooting problems. Some hardware problems, like figuring out where things are going to plug in physically. Software problems where audio wasn't coming through to me or to recording or anything. Actual picture quality, the camera, green screen, just the whole deal. All that was quite the headache. But I think I finally got it all. I think I'm ready. Hopefully, any of you can let me know if the audio's bad, picture's bad, if I'm too loud, too quiet, if I'm not even able to be heard at all. If the game can even be heard. I was testing it by recording, but I don't know if that's quite good enough. We'll find out for sure once we get going. But, more importantly, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I may be a little late to the party on this, but the great thing is my excitement hasn't changed one bit. I'm still ready. Very ready. After playing so much of Breath of the Wild years ago, I may not have touched it recently, so I may not be perfectly up to date, or I might not have a perfect memory of everything Breath of the Wild, but I should remember a lot, and I'm sure I'll remember more as I see some familiar sights and things. I think it's time to start. I tried to start this just to make sure it was working, but it immediately went into some kind of cutscene. So I immediately closed it out and instead tried Smash Bros. For my test, but as soon as I start this, I think something's gonna happen. And here we go. Tears of the Kingdom. The Legend of Zelda. Tears of the Kingdom. Just like some of the first trailer.
This strange gloom keeps getting thicker. We've been descending for a while now. These tunnels are deeper than I thought. What could be down here?
Zelda, Princess of Hyrule. What were they referring to by gloom? Oh, hello. In control right now. Oh, those are some full hearts already. I'm sure it's painfully obvious, but there's some creepy sounds going on. I take it I should be going first.
People have been falling ill after coming into contact with the gloom drifting through these caverns. Though here it seems almost misty and not concentrated enough to harm us. We'll keep going. With it coming up from beneath Hyrule Castle. We do not know what waits below, so we need to be ready for anything. But I know I'll be okay with you, Link. Let's go solve this mystery.
Well, they're definitely setting the scene for this to be super spooky, and I think it's working. So, at least as far as I know now, the gloom's referring to all this smoke of some sort. But you mentioned it being not as concentrated as they found before. So I take it it's not always a smoke. Oh, the Master Sword lit up. Oh, wonderful. That's not a good sign. The Master Sword. It must be sensing something. I knew he had reason for concern. Ever since the end of the calamity, the castle has fallen into neglect. But I never could have imagined anything like these tunnels were hiding here. We must be careful as we move deeper. Aha! Yeah, if the Master Sword's lighting up like that, that means that there's some evil afoot. Is the Master Sword long enough to touch the ground? Have I just never noticed that before? Is that a new sound? Link, look here. Oh, that's what I was examining. These are ruins from an ancient civilization. Wait, something is written here. Might these ruins be from the Zonai? That's another mystery I'm hoping to hear a lot more about. Because, at least in my playthrough of Breath of the Wild, I knew that the Zonai existed, but I never paid them much mind, but apparently they were much more important than I ever realized in my playthrough. You took a picture of that. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. These carvings. I'm sure they're Zonai in origin. I've seen designs like this in my studies. The Zonai are said to have lived long ago, in the time of earliest legend. They possessed godlike powers and had a prosperous civilization in the sky. Many history books tell us about the Zonai, but none gives us the full picture. Much is still unknown about them. Well, that sounds kind of par for the course for what I was just talking about. Is this what the Zonai look like? They seem so different from us and such large ears. How did the ruins from a civilization in the sky end up here beneath the castle? Looks like the path ahead goes even deeper. Let's continue, Link. In a case like this, I'm not even sure who should realistically be going first. The person who actually has the source of light or the person who has the weapon. Just some keys.
You are not hurt, are you, Link?
They're just keys.
Look at these murals. The written histories of the royal family include stories of a great war fought long ago. It was a conflict between allied tribes and someone only ever referred to as the Demon King. Is it possible? Do these murals depict the same legend? This is similar to the statues we saw earlier. A Zonai.
Just much fancier.
Figures look like Hylians. This depiction certainly suggests that the Zonai descended from the heavens. It is said that my ancestors, the first of Hyrule's royal family, were born from a union with gods who had descended from the heavens. These murals tell a similar story, and if they are accurate, then the gods mentioned were the Zonai. They must have forged a relationship with the Hylians of that time, working together to establish the Kingdom of Hyrule.
Really?
This figure, he seems to be stealing something of incredible power from the young kingdom. This all aligns with what I've read during my studies. And then this, it shows the Demon King. And a fierce battle against him. If the creature depicted here really does represent the Demon King, then... Oh. Incredible!
Oh, that's a good word to use.
This Great War recorded in the royal histories. This is the imprisoning war, and the events that led up to it. Link! This is a huge discovery!
Yeah, no doubt about that. Are you sure this is a good time?
This invention of Pura's. I'm glad I didn't leave it behind. It's so easy to record. You point it and click. Oh.
That looks like a Nintendo Switch.
Looks like the rest of the murals are obscured. Just what is this place? Maybe we'll find more answers farther ahead. Link, let's keep moving deeper.
What do you mean they're obscured? Those look like very breakable bomb walls. Ah, hello, Milk Dud. Welcome in. It's time for some Tears of the Kingdom. Finally. Now I'm taking a better look at Link. He looks a bit more armored than the last game. The smoke stuff is getting a lot more red now. And now there's red particles in the air. Oh boy. And the music is getting creepier and creepier and creepier. Okay, now it's just getting a little too obvious. Are you sure you want to explore down here? I mean, I know they can't hear the music, but come on now. Okay. This is somewhere you never in a million years would want to approach. Ever, ever, ever. What is this place? Let's continue, Link. We must be extremely careful. Okay, yeah, that sounds about right.
What is that?
What is that indeed? And you pick it up. Controller's starting to vibrate. Whoa! Oh, there went all Link's power, I guess.
Link!
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me.
Yeah, I guess not.
Zelda. You who carries that fragile sword, a Link. Rauru placed his faith in you. And that was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
Just like that, you're gonna lift the whole castle? How much power does this guy have? What? Huh? Oh, that's not good. Excuse me? Can you imagine just being a normal farmer or something and seeing that happen? I think you'd assume your life is over. Or maybe a little less dramatic. Life as you know it is over. Oh. Oh, okay. What the heck is that arm? Well, that's somewhere entirely different. Oh, you got some claws, almost.
Link, finally you wake. I've heard a great deal about you from Zelda. Your wounds were severe. I am relieved to see you escape death. Your arm, however, was beyond saving. I had to replace it, lest the injury endanger you further.
Well, that doesn't look like it's in one piece anymore. What the heck is going on with that arm? I've wanted to know that since the trailers. Yeesh. Does not look right. No, not the Master Sword. Oh, that's a wacky sound. Decayed Master Sword. The sword that seals the darkness. Its sacred power has been diminished after being ravaged by the gloom beneath Hyrule Castle. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Ravaged. Wait, I was gonna say, are we gonna cut those down with this broken Master Sword? Okay. I guess in some sense it's like a knife now. Behind you, Link. Okay, so what's the blue stuff? Nothing to interact with, apparently. Also, kind of noticing Link's leaving footprints in it, so it's some kind of sand. So, what's the deal there, exactly? I take it I'm supposed to go this way. What? Prompt to jump? Wait, what? Very tutorialized, but okay, I'm assuming that's a setup for later. As easy as that. That's higher up. Yeah, okay. Okay, I see what you're doing. Okay, yeah, that's really high up. Landing in water, even from a great height, will prevent you from taking fall damage. Well, isn't that magical? Oh, this looks obviously glowy. What do we got? Archaic legwear. Simple classic legwear. They're well worn and showing their age, but they've still got quite a few good years left in them. It can be a bit cumbersome to have to tie the straps. Okay, the menus are very different. I want to say very, but they're just visually at least immediately different. There you go, Link. You got some better clothes. I'm obviously gonna keep looking around, though. Take it I should be heading out this way? Okay, yeah, even in video games, my fear of heights can definitely show itself. Wow, that is very high up. Phew, well, good thing Link's doing it, not me. Accelerate? It's only now that I just noticed. Link, what happened to your hair? Hoo-hoo. Man, that's a long way up. Unless I could definitely tell from all that falling that there's a lot of stuff to see, including that dragon-like guy over there. Tree branch. Okay. I see. Oh, how sad. A tree branch has more power than the Decayed Master Sword. Oh no, it really has been destroyed. Sky Shroom. A common mushroom that grows near trees on Sky Islands. For health. Don't mind me just grabbing an apple. A common fruit eaten by people since ancient times. Oh, I didn't even see you attacking. Multiple. Lovely. The sound effects seem to have taken a big upgrade. Zonite Charge, a material used as a power source for constructs and other devices. Its strange light seems to reveal potent energy inside. Soldier Construct Horn, a blade-like horn from a soldier construct. It's very sharp, so handle with care. I take it I'm gonna be needing a lot more tree branches. Like I said, I need to grab the tree branches. Okay, what the heck is this? Link, I have waited for you. Princess Zelda left something for you in my care. Really? This is the Pura Pad. I am told it is an invaluable tool that will provide you with direction. So, this construct is a friend? So what did I just fight? That was the sound I was hoping to hear. Princess Zelda's prized device. It has a variety of features that are essential for adventure. The minus button, okay. I received it from Princess Zelda. I have now passed it on to you. My records indicate that Princess Zelda is waiting at the location marked on its map. My message has been delivered. Where am I? We stand in the Garden of Time. The Temple of Time is visible from here. It was used in the distant past. Many rites and ceremonies of the kingdom were held there. But no more. Now it is a lonely place. No one visits. Whoa! Find Princess Zelda indeed. That's as good of a main quest as any. Alright, so what's going on with this? Ooh, snappy too. Okay, so that's the temple's point now, I see. Well, that's the picture she took. My quest, good. I see. I feel like I went in that direction without really thinking about it too much. I want to take a moment to actually look at what's going on here. Wooden stick, a tree branch with an added grip and excellent balance. Throw. I guess I can try that with the branch. Now I remember the throwing. Yes, very good. I take it that's an altar of some kind. Good. Ah, right. Don't let it run out entirely. There's a detriment. So, I fell into the water. Okay. Went down the stairs. Can I climb in other spots? Figure I might as well give it a go. Can you climb that, Link? Yeah, I guess you can. You are way too good at climbing. So, this is just one big circular thing around a pond or lake of sorts. Okay. Still want to check it out, though. Now I remember sneaking, yes. That's how I might be able to grab some stuff. Oh, what was that prompt for? Ah, tree branch. Though, now that makes me wonder, how many can I have? Because at least this is already way more than the, Breath of the Wild would ever let me hold. I already touched on this just a minute ago, but the sound effects are definitely improved from the last game. I was noticing, especially while fighting whatever that construct thing was. The sound effects of hitting it sounded really great. Sound effects of it moving, and even its whole little death sequence of all the things that happen. Like the pieces of it falling on top of each other. All that had its own proper, beautiful sounding sound effect. I'm getting the impression there's not too much up here. Okay, I think I can go for some, main objective type deal. One last look, though. Anything fun over this side? And I think that's a solid no. I'm surprised you didn't take damage from that, Link. Okay. I can still hold more? That is really shocking to me. Well, I definitely won't complain. I'll say that for sure. Just making sure to grab all the things. Interesting connecting mechanism for a bridge. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised at that. Gotta remember, I can pretty much climb anywhere. Unless the puzzle's not to be able to climb. Did you happen to need this here? Oh, there you go. Hello, you seem to be new here. Be wary of soldier constructs as you travel this way. Soldier constructs? Soldier constructs are those of us given strict orders to protect this land. The Zonai who created us directed them to eliminate trespassers. They will consider you a trespasser too. You must treat them as a serious threat. Allow me to offer unsolicited advice. It is crucial to maintain a proper distance and target your opponents. Swinging haphazardly will not yield results. You may practice targeting on me if you want. Oh, but please do not actually attack. You got it. And now I can't carry more. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, so still going that way. Good. But do we really have to jump high heights to get to places? Hot-footed frog, a quick frog that can be found hopping around near water. Cook it with monster parts that drown out its speed boost effect. Okay, well, I definitely like the sound of that. I was gonna say, I see you scanning me. Well, not me in particular, but... Alright, fine. Ah, that's the jump button. I'll have that down in no time. I wasn't expecting to just get that, but okay. Took your weapon. Yeah, I really like the sound effects on that. That's great. Although, now I think about it, that could be because I'm wearing headphones now, compared to when I played Breath of the Wild before. It was just on a TV speaker. That could be a world of a difference. There's just a grating leading to a fall through? Oh boy. I'm curious if... So that's where I came from, I think. Fought that. Well, I'll just try to keep in mind I should be doing some main objective type deal. And not to get too distracted. And what's that? You got 2 enemies there. And 3 soon. Guess we'll try the wooden stick. Ooh, a spinning maneuver, I see. How fancy. Oh. I'm kind of glad I held the right direction for that. Got to be a little more cognizant to make sure I take all the things that drop from enemies. Considering they drop their own weapons, I think it's safe to drop some tree branches I grabbed earlier. Long stick. A long stick fashioned from a tree branch. Its straight shape makes it work well as a lunging weapon. Only because I noticed I can drop things. Can't drop the Master's Sword. Okay, good. I was hoping that was the case. First thing I noticed was the fire. I didn't notice the construct thing behind it. Hello there. Oh, hello. Were you lured in by the delicious smells? I assume so. Ingredients are especially fragrant when roasted by fire. They may also be tastier and more nutritious. I would not know. You're roasting them. Oh, you are unfamiliar to me. My apologies. Among my tasks is to explain anything that first-time visitors might require knowledge of. First-time visitors? Okay. You may have questions about this place. Please rest assured that a construct can answer them. I recall that your question was about roasting food. I roast ingredients by placing them beside the fire. I do not eat, but I am given to understand that it improves the taste. Our creators roasted ingredients in order to enhance their nutritional value. Do you have ingredients? I invite you to use this fire to roast them. Toasty sky shroom. A simply grilled sky shroom. The heat brings out its flavor and increases the amount of health it can restore. Kind of like your hint. Your hint that that's how it works. Alright, sure, I'll give it a shot. Might be too many. Sure, we'll try that. And drop. Is that close enough? I'm gonna assume that's a no. Guess I'll have to get used to the different menu style, but alright, what do we got? Just one, please. Thank you. Near the fire, not in the fire. That's kind of in the fire. Baked apple. Direct heat has softened and sweetened this apple. Heated to restore 3/4 of a heart. What's going on here? Looks like a target on the ground. Link, what are you doing? Welcome to Warm Yourself by the Fire. I encourage you to roast any ingredients you brought with you. Well, I mean, okay. You never know what might happen. That's how it works. Okay. So as long as they don't go directly in the fire. Or maybe even so. Well, one of those apples didn't bake, but that's fine. Also, those are some interesting looking clouds. That's looking pretty good. I think I heard that there's some much better. I don't really quite remember the words, but it's just kind of atmospheric to make it all look and feel like you're in the sky. They're still billboards essentially, but they're designed in a way to really make it feel like they've got the volume, which is still awesome. You've got a shield. Okay, that's new. Oh, that doesn't help. Maybe you should eat them. No spinning maneuvers, please. Come on. I think I'll take your shield. Perfect. Targeting button, yes. Rusty broadsword. Alright. Take that! Noticing more sand. Wonder what the meaning behind that is. Oh, this is definitely more cutscene-y.
That door will open only to those with sufficient power.
Oh, there.
I'm sorry. I did not intend to startle you. It was I that spoke to you earlier. That arm originally belonged to me. I am Rauru.
Rauru, source of the right arm.
Forgive me for appearing to you in this manner. Unfortunately, I no longer have a physical form. In any case, that arm should allow you to open this door. It seems to have lost the power to do so.
Man, you've got a lot of hair.
You might be able to restore it, but you would need to enter a place filled with sacred light. Ah, of course. Why not visit the shrines on this island?
Shrines, you say? Well, that makes things easy.
The shrines. Yes, I am sure they are the key.
Those are actually your ears. You really do have giant ears. Okay. Didn't realize he'd have ears going that far out there. Uh-huh. The shrines, huh? Alright. I kinda like the sound of that. How do you survive a drop like that? Jeez. Probably should have a weapon equipped. Tree branch, why not? Well, this time for some throwing. Well, that was ineffective. I was gonna say, wait, do you have a bow and arrow? I see how it is. Ow. Well, good thing I had the shield up. Old wooden bow. And some arrows to go along with. So what do I do about the arrow in the shield? Can I have it? I can. Okay, good. I see. Why were there that many arrows? Wait a minute. Is that just to give me the hint, like, hey, that thing's gonna have bow and arrow? I'm starting to suspect that is the case. I was wondering if they're whatever we call it that looks like an eye. I was wondering if that was a weak spot for them. The answer is that it is. Granted, the prompt said their head. Does that mean I didn't have to focus on their eye, so to speak? Mushroom. The mushroom that can grow almost anywhere, but prefers ceilings and sheer cliffs. Click it before eating to temporarily increase your movement speed. Am I still going the right way? That doesn't look like the shrine in question. Oh, up there. Right, got it. Ukou Shrine. I know for sure I'm never going to be able to properly pronounce stuff like that, but... And again, sand. I was wondering. Okay, that's very cool. That's very cool. Oh, the loading screen. Okay, I was wondering what was going on there. For just a brief moment, I thought there wasn't going to be a loading screen going in here.
Ah.
So you've made it here. This is a shrine of light. Long ago, I filled these places with light that purges evil. I believe this light will restore an ability your right arm has lost. Now then, extend your hand. That's a familiar sound. Ultra Hand. Grab and move objects, rotate them, and stick them to other objects. This is the Ultra Hand ability. It allows you to move objects freely and attach them to other objects. With it, you will be able to build a great number of things. Really, anything you can imagine. Use Ultra Hand and receive the blessing from the shrine. I'll do my best. So, L for activating. Activate the ability in your right hand. So it's not like an outside thing anymore. It's always his right hand. Huh. Oh. Oh. Figure I should mention motion controls. I'll be using a mixture of motion controls and buttons, I'm sure. So, that easy, huh? Before it was magnesis that we could pick up and move stuff that was magnetic, but now we don't have to worry about that? Just pick up anything? Yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna have to figure this one out. Rotate, huh? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Wow, alright. Not perfect, but sure. Oh wait, no, I want that way. Oh, too much. There we go. How about now? Okay, that's just cool. I knew this was a thing, but it still is a marvel to see it The only closest thing I've played like this before would be Banjo and Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, and that was more just very temporary things, and it was based on the blueprints you already prepared. You went into a whole separate screen to actually like build stuff. You could detach falling off things, but that was it. I'm gonna assume that's my hint. And that's also a hint. Okay. Oh, that's not the right button. Gotta remember it's the L button, just like the runes from before. Sure, we'll do that. And yes, the new lighting, new camera, all that stuff. The angle's probably different. That part's not really because I want it to be different. It's just because I inevitably couldn't quite got it how it used to be. I'm gonna have to be making some adjustments as I go day by day to get exactly how I want it. But for now, I think this suffices. Hopefully. Let me know if it's not so good. I should jump on that. And the made object just works with the physics. Yeah, that is very cool. You have done well to reach this place. We offer this light that will cleanse you of evil. I was wondering if you were going to grab it with your right hand. I see. Huh. Light of Blessing, the crystal that glows with the light that purges ancient evil and purifies with its radiance. May the Light of Blessing grant you the strength you seek. Interesting to see two figures in there, though. Man, don't just appear like that. You did very well getting through that shrine, and you've restored an ability. This is wonderful. If you visit and complete 2 more shrines, you should be able to open the door to the Temple of Time. You may want to mark the shrines in the distance with pins, and you'll never lose track of where they are. The Pura Pad offers you a very useful scope. It's quite handy. How do you know about that? So, clicking the right stick and then pins. Oh. Oh, I'll take that. Yes, please. Aha. One right there. And I swear I saw one. There we go. Sure. Is there more than just these 2? I'm basically just gonna look for that spiral green glowing stuff. Okay. Well, I'm sure I'll figure out an obvious path to that one, but it looks like I should be heading for that one next. And it's just so convenient that we, you know, just went down a rail like that before. I think I can repeat that. Alright, what's the best way down? I missed the paraglider already. Granted, Link has been able to take some pretty long falls. Yeah, sounds in general are just amazing. I'm actually rather impressed with that. I should make sure I wear headphones with all console games from now on. Different sizes of boards, hook. Okay. What can we pull off here? I'm gonna attach that. I'd like to put a hook on here, please. Also, I don't know how much would show up on the stream or recording or anything, but the frames per second of this game is really, really good. Except for that one brief moment after I activate that Ultra Hand ability. Then the frames really get bad. But then it goes back to normal, so I guess it's just activating it that's kind of the problem. Wait, that's a fixable problem. There we go. Perfect. Nope, not perfect. There we go. Yeah, I should have figured that would happen. Still astounds me that we can just pick up anything. It's not even limited just to magnetic stuff. That will take me a while to get used to. I see that they're still at work even now. We originally created the constructs to assist in our endeavors. All of us were fond of them. I never imagined that they would continue to carry out their assigned tasks to this day. The fact that their labor no longer serves any purpose, yet they perform it still, it is disquieting to me. Fix your gaze forward. Face it head on. Pardon me, I was absorbed in my woodcutting. Are you here for woodcutting too? Woodcutting? Woodcutting is the practice of chopping down trees to create logs. Logs can be combined to assemble platforms. You can also chop them down further to make wood. Lumber has many uses, and that is why I come here daily to chop wood. And yet I still find it difficult to chop them down in the intended direction. And that is why you may have heard me uttering to myself, fix your gaze forward, face it head on. I apologize. I've been rambling for some time. There's an axe I no longer need over there. It is yours to use if you want to do some wood cutting. Oh my, has it grown so late already? Must have failed to notice the time bell. I will rest for today. So that's what that spot on the ground was for. Okay. And now I know what that means. Wood. A portable bundle of wood. I was wondering if that would happen. Okay. You mentioned you had an axe laying around, so... Oh. It was right there. Thank you. However, will I get across? Well, now This is as good a time as any to try that wood chopping. But why is that axe glowing a funny color? Huh. Well, alright. The direction you face, huh? Sounds right to me. Is it enough just to have one log? That's an easy no. Can I use what I previously had? Kinda. Sure, we'll call that. We'll say that works. What's going on with this thing, though? It is definitely floating. Oh, alright. Woo, that is wacky. Okay. Amber. That amber looks different than I remember. A fossilized resin with a caramelsed sheen to it. Has been valued as a component in decorations and crafting since ancient times. For a second there, I thought I jumped too soon. Who's got a fire going? Oh, I didn't even notice you there. Now, there you are. Shh, quiet. I am engaged in hunting. Hunting? Yes, I hunt wild creatures that inhabit the forest. I do not remember seeing you here before. We constructs fulfill several roles. One is to provide any necessary explanations to newcomers such as yourself. Other constructs you may be able to answer questions you may have about other subjects. My specialty is hunting. To hunt is to dispatch wild creatures. Many of them dwell within this forest. They are highly nutritious to organic life. They are also extremely wary. A hunter must not make noise. Crouching is essential for silence. A bow can be used to strike from afar. Aiming for weak spots is best. I will give you the bow placed over there. Use it as you please. Okay. Easy enough. Weak spots, though, you say, huh? I figured they'd see me. Okay. Oh, that's not the button I wanted. I will definitely take plenty of arrows, though. Nah, probably not a smart plan. What just happened to it? Did it just happen to, like, time out as I went in the water, or did going in the water kill it? Oh. My next batch will also be tasty. Pardon me for not noticing you. I was absorbed in preparing my next meal. I do not recall having seen you before today. I must doubly apologize for my inattentiveness. It is a duty of a consort to field any questions that those such as yourself may have. Some good repeating there for each of them. Nice. Yeah, what's up with cooking? Ah, you seem to be uneducated when it comes to cooking. Very well. You will learn how to create a meal on your own. Educate me. Cooking, step 1. Hold the ingredients in your arms. Step 2. Throw them into a pot over a lit fire. Cooking complete. That is a simple version. The world of cooking can be as complex as you want. There are many possible dishes. What you make and what effect you gain depends on the ingredients used. Some meals are warming, others may replenish stamina. Tiny organisms known as critters and monster parts are not food. Save them as the base for elixirs. This information was provided by our creators, but I cannot eat, so take it with a grain of salt. Food joke. I'll remain stationed here. Ask me anytime you have further questions about cooking. Yeah, that would be great if cooking were just as easy as throwing it in a pot and waiting a couple moments. Yes, please. Also, I just noticed I know how to swap my weapon and my shield, but what's... Uh-huh. I didn't know I needed a quick menu for that, but very good. Maybe just a mushroom and an apple. See what happens then. And a minute. He's humming something new. This dish can contrast the sweetness of fruit with the savoriness of mushrooms. Check the meal's ingredients, select it from your inventory, select check recipe. Whoa, okay, I think that's new. Didn't know we could have a catalog of recipes, alright. I definitely marvel at how they accomplished this on the Switch. I know it's not like I've really started the game proper, but at least where I'm at, it's running very nicely. Also, I saw that. I'll try that again in a moment. I was holding the button and it brought up another... Okay, I see. More arrows, yes please. Well, that looks suspicious over there. Probably shouldn't traipse around. Yeah, too late. Too late. Okay. Alright, sure. Oh, not good. I did that by accident, but I'll take it. You're only cutting grass. Yep. Rusty shield. I see. Okay, your aim's better than I thought it was. was half hoping that stick would break so I could grab that weapon over here. Where was the one? The rusty broadsword. It probably will break quickly, but it had nice damage. Granted, this chest might... this chest might have a weapon in it. I'll have to drop something. Never mind. Opal. A valuable ore that gives off a mesmerizing iridescence similar to the inside of a seashell. It contains the power of water. Huh? Okay. Well, game told me that I don't take damage when I fall in water, so here goes nothing. Oh. I knew I spotted something fishy. What's going on here? Stamina shroom. A nutritious mushroom chock full of natural energy for stamina restoration. This is awful. Where's my friend? Huh? You can see me? I'm a Korok, one of the children of the forest. I was traveling with my friend, but we got separated. My friend is sending up a smoke signal. I can't wait to catch up. I'm so tired, though. I can't move. Okay, so... Oh. Sorry. Okay, now I feel kind of bad. So... I guess a repeat of the previous raft with the hook on it. That'll help. Though, I just need to take the same one back over that way. Okay. Fine by me. Is this enough to... I just realized I'm grabbing this thing's backpack more than I'm grabbing the Korok. Interesting. Yeah, you just... There you go. That way you won't fall off. Why will I be able to get on too? Here's the hope. Oh. Yeah? And it's somehow working. Okay. Yeah, that... Alright. I like it. Oh. So you just jiggle it to detach. Okay. Yeah, there's your friend. Oh, sorry again. Reunited at last. Thanks. I'd like to give you something, but here's all I have. Thanks. Yeah, bye. Why do you have what looks like a sail here? I made it thanks to you. Thanks for bringing my friend. So, why the sail? I'm just gonna guess that they leave plenty of options so you don't get stuck on any given island here. I know I'm breaking these boxes, but now that I think about it, they probably could be used as platforms to build with, huh? Yeah, I'm definitely curious about that sail. Yeah, I'll take it with me somehow. We are going over to some water, so maybe that's what the sail's for. Ah, that's not what I want. That's... right. So I need to actually put it in the exact spot I want it. Okay. Sure, why not? Use all the parts given. And that sail for good measure. Though I feel like that's gonna mess with the hook, so maybe... more like that. Not quite what I wanted, but maybe it'll work. Nope. And I am picking the wrong direction for that. That's not on there. Sure, there we go. That enough? The weight distribution is not good here. It'll still do the trick, though. Ooh, that sail's gonna ram right into... It's fine. It's very fine. No, I don't want this. Also, I think the motion controls are going to be a little more handy for that jiggling around. Oh, because of the wind. I was wondering why it rotated that way. I really want to throw my weapon for some reason. I'm going to have to shake that out of my muscle memory. That's not really going where I need to go, is it? I probably should have taken the wind direction into account first. Maybe started way over there. Because, I mean, there's a dock right there I should have headed for. Oh well, whatever ends up working is the true solution. I wonder if I'll be able to retrieve that, though. I guess that's a no. Yeah, it's kind of no. It's time to try some long stick. That has quite the reach. Choo-choo jelly, a gelatinous substance that came from a choo-choo. That's unstable in this state, but applying a bit of elemental stimulation will change its form. Yeah, nothing like that ever lasts long. I didn't realize that was gonna hurt just from touching it. So... Indeed, a little bit. Ah, very good. Thank you for joining. Have a good night then, friend. Fixed stick. A thick bat cut from a large tree. It's not the sturdiest weapon, but it's heavy and does have a bit of power behind it. Oh. Jumping and then getting hit, not a good plan. So what is that? I made it look like an axe at least. I think I'd rather go to the shrine. Yeah, that looks like a very breakable wall. I really like the effect for that. If only I could just walk right in, seamlessly. But that's asking too much. Hello again.
Ah.
So you've made it here. Now then, extend your right hand. Oh, I am well too curious of what exactly is going on with this hand. I know it came from Rauru here, but what makes it so special? We're all the zone I like this. Fuse. Attach something to an equipped weapon or shield to enhance it. You can undo the fusion, but that will destroy whatever has been attached. This is the fuse ability. It allows you to fuse something nearby to your weapon or shield, thereby enhancing it. Why not pick up that sword just ahead and then fuse a nearby object to it? Use fuse and receive the blessing from the shrine. You can quickly set an ability. Press and hold and then the right stick. Okay. Rusty Claymore. The two-handed sword not properly cared for. Durability low. Well, it sounds like I'm supposed to be... Sure, just get rid of that one. Alright, what's to do with fuse? So a prompt for the shield or the sword. Oh, that looks ridiculous. I love it. You might understand that's gonna break these. Well, I guess so. It shrinks down. I guess that's for the best, though. Well, that looks like a lock. Okay. Treasure chest, yes please. And some arrows. fire fruit, a fruit that generates heat when struck. Cooked correctly, its heating properties improve blood flow and stimulate muscles to raise attack power in high temperatures. So the chest had arrows. There's a bunch of fire fruit. Further hinting by putting a bow here. Oh. Attach materials to arrows. Attach materials from inventory to your arrows. Bow drawn. Press and hold the up and then select with the right stick. Sounds convoluted, but... okay. Then let go of the up. Okay, that is very cool. So now we're just making our own special arrows. Key to a door inside a shrine of light. No, I'm curious if I'm missing anything. Why does it look like water up there? Okay, maybe why isn't really the right question, but looks cool. Man, that looks ridiculous with the rock hanging on it. So it kind of looks like the water of sorts up there matches the arrangement of the gravel, I should call it. And also, I guess even these design on the tiles. Oh, hello there. The enemies can do it too. I imagine that will hurt a lot if it hits. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes it hurt a lot. Okay. Okay, I see how it is. Note to self, be way more careful. Oh. I see. How much am I redoing here? The whole thing? Oh, the door is already open. Okay, the items are already taken and all that good stuff. Just going to be more careful in the fighting. So, I guess I should actually take a peek at what's going on to the sides. Convenient blocking of the arrows, thank you. Spikes, huh? No. What are you doing? Okay, I'll try that on the shield then. That's pretty cool. Though... I guess I could put a boulder on the stick here then, huh? I see. Wait, so what happens if you smack this? Oh, it damages you slightly. Okay. I see how it is. Wait, why did it do that though? It just occurred to me that those fire fruits I picked up probably could be used to burn this. Well, whatever works. Captain Construct 1 horn. This wavy, double-edged, blade-like horn is formidable when it comes to slashing. Attach it to a weapon to increase attack power. Construct bow. A bow used by a Captain Construct. The simply built is made of fireproof materials and won't catch fire as wooden bows do. Just having this stuff sticking out on him. That's funny. So... okay, I think I see what's going on here now. Wait, what? I didn't expect it to look like that. What the... okay. Still need to grab that. Might as well get rid of the rusty sword then. Boulder hammer, rock hammer. Just took multiple hits. Cool. I'll eventually get over my giggles on that. And that looks like the same two figures. After this light that will cleanse you of evil. This time I'm noticing there's symbols in that orb. Not that I know what they mean, but... May the light of blessing grant you the strength you seek. Right. So there was another shrine, but it looked in a more frosty environment. Link. I came because there's something I failed to give you. Please take it. Huh? Energy cell, a gift from a Zonai construct, designed to be worn on a belt. It can power Zonai devices. What I have just given you is an energy cell. It is required to make use of the tools known as Zonai devices. I cannot demonstrate its utility because there are no Zonai devices right here. However, I have associates on the other side of that cave system. They can teach you how to use this. I hope that the energy cell I provided is useful to you. Ah, well, thank you. Let's just put that right there. I'm getting to a point where I actually have a lot of arrows. I'm not used to that. Yeah, don't go down there. Also, I kind of wish I could rotate the camera a little more quickly. There's probably a way to do that. Camera sensitivity? High? Yeah? Yeah, I think I like that better. Just move it a little too slowly for my comfort. So prompted me to go this way. You got it. So it's not just me they want to fight. I'm content to let that play out. You guys do what you gotta do. Makes my life easier too. Okay, you don't even get a break. Okay, I guess I should have. Well, that shield's... No, that's not the one. There we go. I never expect to actually have that. I've kind of expected this weapon to have broken already. Interesting. So I'm definitely getting the impression that infusing or enhancing or whatever term they used, basically anything, is a good plan, no matter what it is. Just put something on there. Okay, now I'm kind of curious. But let's see. Combine. Sure. Oh, that's great. Yes, I very much like that. You got it. You got it. No, that's definitely an enemy. I can just attach stuff, so... I just kind of know this shouldn't do anything. What adds damage to the arrow? Really? Well, very cool. It reaches so far. Thank you, no thank you. Oh, that fuse is nuts. I think everything I have on hand is already fused up. Board Guster. That sounds kind of fun, though. Maybe drop that. So what's going on with this thing? is excellent. I'm a big fan. I didn't even mean to do a pun like that. So now I get the context for these interestingly shaped rocks. So that's why the axe thing I picked up has that glow around it. It's because it's a fused item. Okay, I see. Well, there's certainly no shortage of wooden boards hanging out over here. Oh. And swap to the other one. Is that gonna suffice? That's a no. Maybe a giant one. Sure, why not? Oh, there's a prompt to just... Oh. Although the FPS is not doing so grand right now. Kinda wanna just try the Choo Choo Jelly Club, so I'm gonna get rid of... the long stick. Oh, what a name. Although, now that makes me curious. So what would happen if I put that on the shield? You got it. Discovery, Pondside Cave. Bright bloom seed, a seed that's often found in caves or wells. When struck, it will take root and bloom, giving off faint light from a small flower. Oh, they didn't like that, did they? Oh. So the Choo Choo Jelly just immediately disappears. Okay. Key swing, an aerodynamic material dropped by a defeated Keys. Arrows and thrown weapons fly farther with this item attached. Keys eyeball. These mysterious orbs scan their surroundings. Take advantage of their glaring awareness and attach one to an arrow to grant an homing quality to the arrow. Woo! Wow, okay. This is already starting to seem like quite the lot to remember. You're on the ceiling, though. Alright. That's not really helping me, is it? This feels like a bow and arrow situation. Sure, how about some fire? Oh, where'd you even go? Why are you blowing bubbles anyway? I recognize the smaller creature that just appeared out of that, but... Bubble gem. A strange crystal up by defeated bubble frogs in caves. Its eerie blue glow may entice you to collect even more. Suspicious, but alright. Flint. Strike it with a metallic weapon to generate a spark. This fire starter breaks after one use, but it can create a long-lasting flame if you strike it near firewood. So this is definitely playing decently differently from the previous game. Ruby, a previous red ore mined from a large ore deposit. Rubies contain the power of fire. Try to remember that. Something tells me it's going to go based on their color. Giant bright bloom seed, a seed that's found underground. When struck, it will take root and bloom, radiating a large amount of light from a big flower. Archaic tunic, old-fashioned upper body wear. It's got some holes, but the soft cloth feels good to the touch. It's hard to keep it wrinkle-free. Hey, there you go, Link. You finally got some upperwear. I was gonna say, are you... The steward constructs were the first to be built. After that, we crafted others suited to different roles. Culinary constructs, maker constructs. You'll find all sorts of them still active in this place. Some became so skilled within their specialties that they surpassed us. We began to learn from them instead. You should take time out to talk to them. They can teach you many things you might not yet know. The rafts for crossing to the other side are broken. Transportation is on hold indefinitely. This is ordinarily where we send resources across the river. The only silver lining is that the Zonai devices are undamaged. Zonai devices? Ah, it seems you do not know of Zonai devices. They are necessities around here. Allow me to explain. This green thing is called a Zonai device. The one you see here is a fan. You can produce wind on demand by striking it. They are self-evidently useful. We have a variety of Zonai devices for multitudinous purposes. Using Zonai devices does require energy. An external energy cell will be necessary in your case. Ah, you have one already. That is a relief. But perhaps a refresher explanation is in order. An energy cell stores the energy required to use Zonai devices. Its energy will replenish automatically while Zonai devices are not in use. Its capacity is not unlimited. Use the energy contained within wisely, otherwise you may run out at inopportune moments. Pardon the long explanation, it does not change our need for a raft. Zonai devices are extremely useful. Think creatively and you will find many ways to employ them. The rafts are broken, the Zonai devices will be useless until they are fixed. Yes, they are the tools that we employ. Do you not know of them? Ah, I see. Just in case, let me ask you as well. These river rafts are seriously damaged. They may be beyond repair. This could present a problem. So, logs, fans. Obviously, some more hands in order. Since you guys are looking at this stuff, why not use that? Ah, we may have needed these parts. There are more materials near the water available for your use. Okay, I thought in some sense I was helping, but I understand. That's not what I want. Man, I am really wanting to use that button. Man, this is starting to feel a little weird to be doing this in a Zelda game, but... I'll take it. I'm still curious what's going on over there, though. I'll have to check it out. I've got that ready. So, what's the idea with these? Is it supposed to be so I can get over there? Yeah. I should have expected that. Might need some of that food. That's, on my way back, I take it. Kinda, sorta. Where's that gonna put me, actually? That's safe, yeah, great. Ooh, yeah, that's not good. I guess I should be saving more often then, huh? What put me here? Thank you for putting me here. But that scared me just enough to save. I was wondering if I could change how far it's away from me. Okay, that's a little more useful. That might take me a little while to get used to. Sure. Huh? Huh. Interesting. But alright. How do I couldn't grab that? I'll figure it out, I'm sure. What can I attach to make this more interesting? Some more fire? I don't think fire makes it, any worse for... Did I blind it, or is the eye broken? That's dangerous. Phew. Stem bulb, a wild plant with bulging roots often found in cooler climates. It lacks nutrients that increase endurance. No, it contains nutrients that increase endurance or stamina. I take it I need one of those platforms. Damn it. Oh, no, I see. For a second there, I thought it was gonna fall on me, but alright. This'll work. Amber. Did that always have a 4 next to it, or is there different strengths of ingredients or something? I thought I had that low enough. Guess not. Man, I miss having a paraglider. Call that a half success. I might have died, but... Oops. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to make this boat, I see. Again. No matter. We'll call it practice. That's not what I... A little more head on, please. Thank you. I'm also gonna try to be a little better about motion controls. I like using the motion controls for that ease there. It's kind of nice. Just gotta remember that's an option for me. And I distinctly remember something about hitting them. Yeah, and there's a battery symbol, alright. So does it wirelessly transmit power? Oh, are you going in this direction? It is very late to be traveling. This mountain path is especially rugged. You must take your environment into account when traveling. I have developed guidelines for traveling this mountain path. Shall I tell you them? Let's hear them. Very well. Fire is a crucial tool when traveling the mountain path. A fire can be used either to cook or to warm yourself. How do I start a fire? I recommend using flint as a fire starter. Place flint next to a bundle of wood, then strike with a metallic or stony weapon. That is my recipe for fire. There are several other methods, but it is best to internalize the basics first. Would you like to hear about cooking? I kinda got the deal about cooking, but thank you. Let's see. A lot of arrows. A lot of arrows. So... especially treacherous, you say? Strike the mushroom. Stamina restoration. Increasing movement speed. Hey, he has something even different that time. Mushroom skewer. What about just a whole bundle of apples? He's on something different every time. That's more hearts than I have. Yeah, that's his old humming. Nearly full recovery. Huh. I was wondering if something like that would happen. I knew it would be too good to true to have it something like infinite durability, even with 1 damage. I half suspect this isn't what I'm supposed to be doing to break through, but I want to try it. Well, yeah, there it is. Huh? You're not Hestu. But you see me. I didn't know someone like you could see children of the forest. Well, if you see Hestu, please return this to him. Oh, and my friends are hiding in lots of different places too, so you should keep an eye out while you wander. Yeah, Korax again. Okay, I see how it is. Take it I'm just climbing back out. Okay. At this point, I'm kind of forgetting about where that shrine thing even is. I guess I just keep going higher and higher. Oh. Oh, Choo-Choo. Giant Choo-Choo. Did I miss something in the water? Oh, actually, to be honest, I might have. What if I should start using the Ultra Hand to look for stuff? Definitely enemies. I think I'd rather just grab the flint. I don't know about that. So is it just the captain then that's doing the fusing? Starting to seem that way. Okay, maybe the frame rate's going a little down. No, don't drop your stuff. Sure. Take that. Yeah, frame rate now not doing so hot. You combine that with the crate. Throws me off how quickly I die. But I really should be expecting it. Where am I being put? Oh. So those captains are very dangerous. At least at the state I'm in now. Maybe this is more... Ow! No sneaking. Fine. One at a time, please. Right. Still want to use this. Oh, that's not good. I need to remember about hearing. Attacking with your head? Oh, Trantor, that is the material that... Got it. Got it. Definitely got it. That'll work. I will definitely not call that a clean victory considering I died, but... Bows, huh? Probably should drop that then. So, I noticed some part of that broke, and I'm left with a stick. Is the idea that then I fuse something new to it? I'm gonna take that as a yes. What do you give me now? Opal, huh? Almost an absurd amount of arrows. Probably so I could play around more with the fusing mechanic with the arrows. I'll try throwing more stuff with my arrows. Just I don't want to get rid of ingredients willy-nilly. I see. Good thing it just went right on. Well, that was super dark. These things are apparently about brightness, so what happens if... Not the fancy one, how about... Where's the smaller one? Oh, right there. Okay, that's pretty cool. Just use my bow and arrow to put light wherever I want. You're probably going to tell me about light, aren't you? This cave is especially dark. You will need a light in order to proceed to the mining site ahead. Do you have any bright bloom seeds? Bright bloom seeds? Ah, you do not know of them. The glowing flowers there are bright blooms. They shine very brightly. Many use them as illumination in dark places. These bright blooms grow natively in caves such as this one. This cave has been picked mostly clean of them. That is because it is especially dark. The seeds were often necessary. I am posted here to provide a reminder to bring bright bloom seeds. By the way, did you know bright blooms require a stimulus to blossom? Striking a bright bloom seed or attaching it to an arrow will cause it to activate on impact. The bright bloom you see growing there is no different. I caused it to blossom. It would generally be in your best interest to use bright bloom seeds in dark places such as this. You got it. That's pretty cool. Just use your bow and arrow to shoot a torch somewhere. Okay, what the heck is this? And why is it glowing green? Zonaite. An unusual mineral that has many purposes. Ancients extracted energy from it and refined it for the crafting of weapons and armor. Yeah, you can see that. It's definitely dark in there. And now it's not. What was that? Oh! What are you doing up there? Uh-huh. Okay. That's creepy in a weird way, but alright. I kinda miss bombs already. But this'll do the trick. Very, very dark. Actually, now I'm kind of curious. What about the ceiling? Well, that definitely works. I hope the constructs don't mind that I'm taking all the Zonaite. Did not leave me with a stick that time. So maybe that's not what was happening there. Said that I could unfuse, but maybe there's another detail to that I'm missing. Apologies for not noticing you. I was focused on processing Zonaite. Zonaite? Oh, are you unfamiliar with it? This is the zonite I mentioned. It is a unique mineral that can be mined far beneath the land below. There are trace deposits of it on this island as well, but they are limited to this cave. Our society flourished by processing this substance into other materials. Processing. Zonite is processed by smelting it in a furnace, and is thereby converted into materials with useful properties. A few such materials will be ready for your review shortly. Wait one moment. Thank you for your patience. I will now explain what sorts of materials the ores can be processed into. Zonite technology is typically powered by zonite charges. These occasionally solidify into a form known as crystallized charges. Converting zonite into other useful materials in this way is called processing. Zonite charges. Zonite charges are what power zonite devices and constructs. The charge can be consumed to replenish your energy cell. Need anything else explained? Crystallized charges. Crystallized charges are a solidified form of zonite charges. We mainly use them as raw materials in the construction of energy cells. Please visit anytime you require processed materials. I take it I can't actually do that processing mentioned. Does this work for breaking these? I think that's a no. So that's definitely not the process. How do you unfuse something? I may have misunderstood altogether. This is a minecart station. Excavated resources can be transported from here. Could it be that you've forgotten to bring zonite capsules? Zonite capsules? You've forgotten yours. Or perhaps you may not even know what I mean. Zonite capsules are a convenient means of carrying portable zonite devices. It is unfortunate that you seem to have none. I will lend you a few spares. Huh. Fan times 3. A zonite device that produces wind with its internal propeller. It is likely that the zonite made smart use of this wind power to transport objects and generate thrust. The ones I gave you were fan types. You can deploy them at any time. They will generate wind when struck. Zonite devices are useful and come in many varieties. I always carry several with me for any occasion. Many neglect to keep a healthy supply on hand. I keep watch for such individuals. The spares I gave you were the last ones I carried. Take care not to forget again. Remember that a device cannot be put back in its capsule. Think carefully before deploying one from your pouch. Aha! I take it that's my ticket out of here. Oh, why to do that? That'll work. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Sure. Am I getting anything else here? I did want to break those, but... I want to fuse it on it, but I can't. I don't know how. Maybe inventory. I see. There we go. A minecart on a stick. Oh, wow. Oh, there we go. This cave previously had ample resources and is gradually yielding less and less. That is why I require support, but my requests have so far gone unanswered. I must therefore continue to mine without resting. Do you want me to help? I hope that support will someday arrive. Ah! Gotcha. Well, there's your rest. Sure. Stick with that. Okay. That's the ticket. Huh, I noticed Link's not really rotating with the minecart. That's interesting. I see you waiting for me. The time bell that sounds from the Temple of Time rings at a set time each morning and evening. Along with the constructs, we woke to the sound of the bell. When we heard it in the evening, we knew it was time to rest. It also played its part in our traditional ceremonies. In a way, it was this place's beating heart. The sight of the temple and the sound of its bell stir fond memories in me. What you looking at, though? Trying to remember if it was... That's what it was. Are you looking at the temple? Not quite, maybe? Why is there a capsule machine here? Device dispenser operation... Device dispenser operation confirmed. On track to meet today's Zonai capsule production target. Oh, do you want to use the device dispenser? I've nearly met my target. You're welcome to use it. Device dispenser? Yes, this is a device dispenser. It produces Zonai capsules by converting certain resources. The resources it accepts are things such as construct horns and Zonai charges. You can process resources that you hold by dropping them into the receptacle. It is similar to using a cooking pot. Shall I explain Zonai capsules too? I feel like... Plentiful. Extract many Zonai capsules from a single device dispenser. No harm in converting your spare resources into Zonai capsules and ensures you will always have a few. I will continue my maintenance checks. This dispenser is available for use. Exactly. One, sure. A Zonai device that shoots fire. It's thought to have been originally used as protection from monsters. And on the opposite end, what happens if I put 5 in? Oh, okay. Wow, that's a lot of fans. I can tell just by looking. Portable pot. The Zonai device for cooking food almost anytime, anywhere. Lasts for cooking one recipe only. The device is easier to use on flat surfaces. Okay, I think I get the idea there. Is it just because of the cloud I can't see the pillar of light? Yeah, it is. Why does the icon of the map almost look like a shop? Is it indicating this Korok here? Forge construct. Huh. Oh, my friend and I got separated. My friend is sending up a smoke signal. I can't wait to catch up. I'm so tired though, I can't move. This is a recurring thing, isn't it? So, can I use this over here? Just go ahead and reuse it. That is not quite what I need. Sure. Oh, hello. Oh, no, this is him. I thought that was a different one. Alright, buddy. I'll help you get to your friend. This isn't gonna hit you, is it? Wait, don't go back. Is it stuck? What's going on here? Is it because the Korok's in it that I'm not allowed to? Yeah, I think that's why. A little wacky, but I'll take it. There you go, buddy. Thanks for bringing my friend. Here's something for you. Yeah, thanks. And some Zonite. Okie dokie. So many arrows. I think I see a potential problem there. So I shouldn't treat it like a minecart track. I saw a hook over there. Sometimes I need like 2 hooks. Probably else gonna want that fan. Nope, that's not how I wanted that to go. More like there. No! Are you gonna make me put it there? No, you're not. Okay, I was just being bad. And it looks like I should try to... no, okay, I see. I see the error of my ways. More like that. Kinda. I don't know why I'm going up here, but so be it. That doesn't look right, but you know what? I'll try it. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I like that. Kind of glad I just noticed that it was broken, though. Did I miss anything down there, though? I'm also grateful that that construct told me what that sound was. No, sorry, not construct, it was Rauru. So am I here just to make it back, or is there something special over here? This is where that would have led. I got the cooking pot. Doesn't seem like there's anywhere more to go from this exact point. Kinda looks like there's materials to build your cart to go back down. So I guess if you got this way first, you could... I see. Ah, right, so trying to climb down slowly, jump on water. Master Ticket Link. Ancient arowana, a lively fish that hasn't changed much since ancient times. Its nutritious meat can restore a bit of health. Well, there's definitely this here, but what's it for? Is that to allow me to reach over here? I don't want to fight that without some good reason. Spicy pepper. This pepper is exploding with spice. Cook with it to create dishes that will raise your body temperature and help you withstand the cold. Pit Cave. Just grab everything before talking. Excuse me, the snowy mountain above us is extremely cold. Unprepared travelers will swiftly lose vitality and may even die. Are you fortified against the cold? Fortified how? Insufficient preparation can lead to death in harsh environments. My advice can avert this. Please listen carefully. The primary safeguards used by our creators were meals that warm them. These meals were typically prepared using ingredients with warm-sounding names. Any such ingredient will suffice. Some also wore thick clothes or warmed themselves by a fire. These solutions were effective, but less accessible. Be mindful of your ingredients when cooking. My understanding is that only one cooking effect can apply per meal. You must take care not to eat something with a different effect afterward. The chill will set in again sooner than you expect. Gotta prepare for the cold, huh? How about just cooking some spicy peppers? Spicy sauteed peppers. Cold resistance for 5 minutes. I probably shouldn't leave it at that, though. I see. 2 minutes 30 for 1, 5 minutes for 2. Okay. So, by no means do I want to avoid climbing that mountain. It's just now I'm curious what this cave leads to. Am I supposed to be going through this cave to get to the cold mountain in question? So you could just straight throw an ingredient. Oh, so I see you there. Sneaky. What the? Oh boy. Alright, now to try what it's. Am I potentially misunderstanding what it was saying about throwing? Oh. It's the order of operations that I had the problem with. Okay, I see. So very many. Actually, so what happens if I... No, not that. That. What happens if I throw one of these seeds? That's an occasion where I don't need to hit. Okay. Good to know. Ah, right, it's right there. I'm gonna fuse something to a tree branch here. Now we're talking. Oh, it led in a circle. Am I missing anything? I'll take that as a no. Now for some cold mountain. Okay, the ground just looks visibly different at that point. That's probably where the cold starts. And the temperature gauge definitely moved. Okay. Is it safe to just start climbing up? No, no, it's not. Is this even gonna work? Not so much, no. Yeah. Okay, so that's not the way. Possible I missed something, or do I just climb here? I was looking at the time and I was realizing, I'm already surprised it's been so many hours. I feel like I've been hardly doing anything. Anytime there's a good game and you're just losing the sense of time, I think that's always a great sign that it's going to be a fantastic experience. I don't have enough stamina to climb that. Uh-oh. I suspect there's an aspect of this I'm missing. Actually looks a lot more manageable over here. Probably should have started with this. Yeah, definitely should have started over here. Yep, don't worry. I'm half prepared for cold. Hold your hand and being able to pick up anything you want at any time. Crazy. What is that? Eh? Huh? Oh. Thought there was something weird about that, but alright. Not how I expected that to go. What's going on with the cave? Notice it also says pit cave here. Oh, I jumped down there, but... Now I see. Yeah, this is probably the intended way to go. Alright, well, since I have the opportunity, more cooking. Okay, I'm a little more prepared now. Take it that was here. Ah, more that way. Putting a piece of board on that is fun. Why do I feel like I'm gonna... I had kind of vaguely remembered that. White choo-choo jelly, a jiggly substance that comes from an ice choo-choo. That's cool to the touch, and squeezing it seems to relieve stress. If struck, it'll explode in a cold mist. The soldier constructs and captain constructs are only doing their duty to protect the Garden of Time. At the time, it was sadly necessary to protect our land from invaders. I am terribly sorry for any threat they pose to you now. Let's see. I know it said something about homing in. So... Whoa! Okay, yeah. Exactly as it says on the tin. Headshots on those are surprisingly effective. Maybe I shouldn't say surprising, though. I see the shrine up there. Oh, what are you doing over there? Oh. Yeah, I'll let you fight those. Whoa! Yeah, that's kind of dangerous. Also, turn those white choo-choo jellies into red ones. No, I don't want any fire. No, thank you. Oh, sure. No fire, please. No, don't drop all the stuff. Am I allowed to have this? No. What's safe to drop? My minecart hammer, I guess, is almost broken. Wow, okay. Red choo-choo jelly, a jiggly substance that normally comes from a fire choo-choo, consistently gives off heat. If struck, it will explode in a ball of flame. Wow, that's cool. Just had that right on me. So, something's going on in there. Oh, I was gonna say, what the heck? Oh, that is way better. Use the power of fire. I missed the paraglider. I knew I vaguely remembered that. No, not enough to knock you down? Fine. Oh, I shield surfed with something that would get in the way. That's why. Okay, definitely still curious what the heck those are. Nope, I don't want that. Does look bomb-like. Bomb flower, a dangerous flower that contains explosive elements, does not mix well with fire or electricity, unless the goal is to blow things up. That's a little bit too good of a tool to just hand me like that. Also, are those mushrooms over there? So I can just slap bombs on it. Cool. Kind of too cool. Yeah, I'm still wondering about those numbers on those. So I definitely see some craziness. I thought they were enemies. Are those not enemies? They just look suspicious. Like they're colored different things around it. What is that? Reminds me of a like. Is this what the bomb flowers are for? I see how it is. What you got? I lost what it was fused to, I see. So I should probably swap to... There we go. Like stone. Oh, it is the like. Oh, they look creepy in this game, that's for sure. Strange round stone from a like native crystallized inner fluids. It's a good ingredient for elixirs. I'll take your word for it.
Yup.
And opal. Okay. Somehow I didn't think it was still cold in here, but apparently it is. Oh, no, it's not. It's just that the resistance was going away. Okay. I want to attach a rock to this. Oh, that's not what I want. Anything up here? Oh, for a second there, I thought. Materials over there. Might be worthwhile. Sure. Anything else up there? I think that's a no. Yeah, still not 100% sure on my height limit problem. Whoa, another one of these. Okay. Sure. Flame emitter shield, what the? Well, you caught my attention just with that name alone. Just by holding my shield up. Okay, that's pretty cool. Opal, nice. Last one gave me an opal, didn't it? Flame emitter. I see. So does the battery have to basically refill up completely? I think it's a little too cold out there. This is where that shield would be useful, isn't it? Oh, not that. This one. I'm almost to the shrine, yeah. Okay. So that's damaging the shield. Ah, okay. So I can't use it forever. Well, that's like a suspicious climbable path. Yeah, that broke the shield altogether. Okay. I don't know what I expected. Starting to feel bad for Link here. Sure. Oh, that's not good. Can't shield that. The way I was playing that was inevitable. So it's showing me where I'm going to respawn, not that I know the map yet. I'll try that again. Sure. That works. Guess that does something. Just keep breaking stuff. It'll work eventually. Oh. No, don't want to die. Whoa! More eating, please. More eating. I think that means it's safe to drop my bows that are not... Nope, not that. Just drop that. And drop that. In exchange for that. And where's the other one? There it is. Okay. Reward. And opal. Does it give me these for a reason? That's not really what I wanted out of that. And that. Okay. I was wondering why that was just jutting out there. Eh? Oh, like Magnesis from the last game, okay. Amber. No, nothing looks too crazy around here. I think I need to get a move on before I run out of cold resistance. I didn't cook enough. Alright, Link, keep it moving. Oh. I can't climb up there, can I? Well, shoot. Time to make our own solution. Chop a bunch of trees and make a ladder of sorts. Sure. Nope, not like that. Like that. Yeah, sure. Why not? Hurry, Link, hurry! You're gonna freeze to death! One more for good measure. I don't think you gotta hurry, man. This is ridiculous and I love it. No, climb it instead. Please. Please, Link. Yeah, now we're talking. That's the way. Whew. Oh, I see what they're doing. Thank you. Peppers, yes. Maybe for some... Can't cook while enemies are... Ow! Fine. Back to cooking. Yeah, way better. Should definitely be doing some more cooking, though. Actually, yet more. Need more health recovery altogether. That's funky looking. Gutenbach Shrine. What you got for me now?
Ah.
So you've made it here. Now then, extend your right hand. Looks like somebody's getting abducted. Ascend. Move upward through solid material and emerge on top of it. This is the Ascend ability. It lets you travel through what's directly above you, to ascend through it and emerge on top of it. You'll find it quite useful in all sorts of places and situations. Use Ascend and receive the blessing from the shrine. The ability to rise. I see. So... Ah, treasure chest. I was wondering. No. I guess that, no. The rock hammer? With the stick? That's starting to look funny too. Is that... Does it pause time while I'm sitting here waiting? I think it does. That's not where my mind went for how to get up here. That makes more sense. I was trying to figure out how I'm using the boxes to get up there. Not necessary. Can't really make good use of that. Okay, I see the plan here. Just fly right up. Oh. I see. Nothing too crazy, but wow, that's so strange to have in a game. Depending on the situation, I don't think I'm gonna have to worry about climbing much anymore. You've done well to reach this place. You offer this light that will cleanse you of evil. I wonder if people have already figured out what all those symbols mean. Actually, come to think of it, they may already have from Breath of the Wild, for all I know. So is Link's arm damaged beyond repair before it got replaced, of course, because of a huge infusion of this terrible dark red stuff? And gradually Link will get his strength back by getting rid of that malice. At least that's what it was in the previous game. Gloom, as Zelda said early on. I think this means I did all the shrines Ravery mentioned. I see you've restored some power to that new arm of yours. The door into the Temple of Time should now open for you. Well, simple enough. It somehow looks like the way I'm meant to be going. Also convenient that there's this here. Jesus, and that's why it looks so funny. Archaic Wormgreaves. Wormgreaves believed to be from very long ago. Despite the old look, the heat-retaining material makes it pleasantly resistant to cold temperatures. Thank you. Although now I'm curious. They even offer more protection, don't they? Oh boy. Well, I think you're doing a little better now. I see. Turns out it was worth trekking up here. Very simple. I only recognize that pattern from the last game. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to the Temple of Time, which is that funny looking structure that way. Well, I say funny, but the biggest structure around. A lot of these bird-shaped things. Oh, didn't notice you there. The Zonai devices were the pinnacle of our technology. We built an advanced civilization with them and flourished for many, many years. If you can master the use of the Zonai devices, your quest will be much easier. Sounds great to me. My duties today are complete. Oh? This is a rarity. It's unusual for me to receive visitors here. I assume you require Zonai devices to descend the mountain. Would you like to use a device dispenser? Well, I get the idea, I think. It's just that there's a new one there I was hoping you could tell me about. Oh, well. I see what's going on here. A little bit of overconfidence, that's all. I thought I could jump that. It's going to be very interesting indeed to see that death count at the end. How many hundreds? Let me try that again. Maybe a little more like that. Jeez, don't scare me like that. That seems right. Thank you. Worth the time and effort. Wings times 3. Okay. Granted, I probably should have read that first. Zonai device that can harness lift to ride the wind. To fly farther, try balancing in the center of the wing. You got it. Oh. So it takes a particular way of aiming with that. I see. So how would one begin the flying? Just kind of seems like these are, yeah, I don't know, staging areas for these things. Oh. Sure, that'll work. Whoa, okay. Oh, a little much. Sorry, Link. Ooh, that's... Oh, that is... Oh, that's... Okay, I see how it is. I was supposed to aim for that, wasn't it? Uh-oh. Oh, that's nifty. Well, at least I went to where I needed to go. Sort of. Ascend wouldn't happen to work here, would it? That goes a long way! I really won't need to climb anymore. Okay. Wow. I don't know what I expected, I'm gonna be honest. Huh. I'm getting distracted by doing this, but it feels worthwhile. Wow. Oh. Considering there's like a bridge of sorts, I can tell this is meant to be walked on, but I almost half wonder if I'm gonna be coming up here for story reasons. Who needs to open the door the normal way? It's almost a certainty that I'll be coming back here when I go back down. I was hoping to get a good look at that. Oh, yeah. Kind of. Alright, I'll find my way back down. Now, how to actually go about that safely is another question. I could use one of those gliders I was given, but it almost doesn't seem fun. Yeah. Actually, come to think of it, I'd have to do something like that to get down. Unless I can aim for some water? That's kind of an approach. That would kind of work. Yeah, it would. I'm just looking for that spot to ascend from is all. The way I play games, I think I'm going to be using Ascend a lot. What? What? only did that by accident. Why did that give a Korok seed? Is it just because it was an interesting looking spot to do that from? Well, if that's one of the criteria for getting Korok seeds, oh boy, I'm probably gonna be missing a good couple. So what does this Temple of Time look like? Looks like the object Zelda had grasped before falling to her doom. Just a lot bigger. No. Well, you look different. What is happening? Link is definitely as confused as I am. Clearly gave us something. I have no idea what. And vanished. Recall. Reverse an object's movement until it goes back to where it was. You can stop the reverse movement at any time. Recall. The ability to reverse the movement of an object through time. And Zelda has vanished as well. What you just saw, it's a mystery even to me. Perhaps it was a sort of echo, one that reflects her sheer will. That you've now been given this ability. No doubt it will prove important. Recall, huh? Ooh, that's kind of wacky. There's no cooldown on that. That's weird. Huh. Well, a familiar sight. A goddess statue smiles upon you. Just that? Darn. This door stands as a test of your own overall vitality. You remain in a weakened state. You're not yet strong enough to open it. But there is one more shrine on the island. There, you can get another blessing. If you add that to the other blessings you received at shrines and offer them all to the goddess, you might just find your way forward after all. Let me see the Pura pad. The Pura pad lets you travel to certain places instantly. Now, see all the blue marks on your map? You can travel instantly to any of them. I'd suggest the one at the bottom of your map. Use the travel function to reach that area quickly. You'll find the last of this island's shrines around there somewhere. Very, very helpful. Thank you, thank you. Oh, that's not quite what I'm hoping for. There it is. Ah, I see. So the last shrine's probably somewhere around where we started in this area. Okay. Now that we come back with abilities and such. That looks like a good example for one. Oh. Oh, can't really do that while swimming, can we? Well, I tried. Why is there a map? Huh. Okie dokie. Wow, what a wild set of powers Link has now. Yeah, still that one, please. Thank you. I'm hoping I've got the right idea here. And I do. Okay. This is a crystal refinery. I can take your crystallized charges and use them to produce energy wells. Energy wells? Energy well can increase the capacity of the energy cell you are carrying. This increased capacity will allow you to use Zonai devices for longer periods. I can reduce these energy wells for you if you bring me crystallized charges. No, that makes sense now. Okay. I just don't actually have any of those. Granted, if I ask about, maybe I'll get a little tip on that regard. Sorry to bother you again. Crystallized charges. Yes, crystallized charges are materials used in the creation of energy wells. They're made by processing Zonite. Zonite can be excavated even in the mining cave on this island. Though there is very little left there, it is unlikely you'll find enough to produce an energy well. Greater concentrations can be found in the distant depths of the world below. It was originally mined from there. I see. I'll do the shrine instead. Is the shrine gonna test what I've learned so far? is it about recall? The ability to rewind. I see now. I'm kind of curious what happens. That's pretty interesting. Man, what a power. And the game has to just keep track of that for everything? That's almost too much. I'm a fan. First things first. I guess they're really driving the point home of what recall does. Actually, why arrows? I'll probably find out in a moment. Nah, probably triggered by these more than anything. Mine's more of a clock hands. Oh. Now I see. Now I understand. Visitor to the Shrine of Light, that which imprisons and purifies the ancient evil. You have done well to reach this place. We offer this light that will cleanse you of evil. Why does Link look like he's dripping wet? May the land of blessing grant you the strength you seek. You can kind of see them before getting that orb, but then once you have it, it basically closes on them. Looks like a tomb. At least reminds me of a tomb. Guess I might as well use that shortcut as is. Is there quicker? It strikes me as the quickest. I kind of want to see what's what at the end of the Temple of Time here, if I can. But Lily, I'm getting a touch hungry. It's rather late for me, and I'm going all these hours without eating anything for dinner. Didn't really think that through. I'll streamline everything relating to me getting back into streaming like this, though. I'll figure it out. Helping later. No, not helping. Starting later today definitely did not help. No, I say later. Later than I really wanted to is what I mean. A bunch of noise spam. Also, as far as his powers go, Rauru was giving me some powers by enemy orbs, but Zelda apparently gave me the recall ability through that teardrop-shaped crystal thingy, and it manifested in an entirely different way. Concentrating on essentially the back of Link's hand. I believe that would be where the Triforce would be on his hand. You who have conquered the shrines and claimed their lights of blessing. In exchange for 4 lights of blessing, I will grant you power. Heart container. Sure do. I shall grant the power you seek. Options, yeah. Heart container or heart container? A rare item that restores some of the life force you lost to the gloom, increasing your maximum number of hearts by 1. Go and bring peace to the world. So, the game's progression is essentially gaining Link's lost strength back. Link was already at his best, and he got reduced to nothing. Though now I'm kind of confused. Why would you have a door that measures that? Cutscene?
Ah, good. I see you have managed to open the door. You haven't fully recovered yet, but that is to be expected. You are almost beyond saving. By visiting the shrines and receiving their blessings, you have mitigated some of the corruption's effects. Though our time together has been brief, I am so happy that we finally met. You are exactly as Zelda said. I've done everything I can for her. Now it is up to you.
Oh, you're gone already? I was gonna say, how am I making it over there? Yeah, I guess that's what recall, not recall. That's what for the, Ascend is for. Same deal? That truly is crazy, though. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be using Ascend again and again and again and again. What is this? Bye? Well, that's using the same sound as for the recall. Ha!
Link. Link. You must find me.
Thank you, Dragon, for clearing out the clouds. You don't... No faster way to do that than to dive bravely from the Sky Island. If you say so, I know you were pointing kind of that direction. Oh boy. Granted, probably aiming for water is the best, yeah. Oh, there's a lot of flying stuff. Even down here. How did you survive that, Link? I rule bass. An ordinary fish that hasn't changed for ages. It can be eaten raw, but cooking it amplifies its healing benefits. Hyrule Kingdom. Dandelion. A wild plant that grows in the sun at high altitudes. Soaked in sunlight, its petals can restore health depleted by gloom when used in cooking. It's looking suspicious. This looks like something that fell from a sky island. I was gonna say, what is that? It's a squirrel next to the deer thing. Hylian shroom. Common mushroom found near trees around Hyrule. Hyrule restoration materials. Use this materials cache for all your building needs. Come find us if you'd like a dream home. Hudson Construction. What the heck? Why does it have such a long horn? I think I noticed that while seeing them before in the trailers and stuff, but I'm still curious. Was it picking apples? Nah, that's definitely no. Almost feel bad for interrupting it. Almost. Sharp horn with multiple barbs. Attach it to a weapon to increase its attack power, or cook it with a critter to make an elixir. Restless cricket. A very energetic cricket cooked with monster persecutor stamina recovery elixir. I think I've gotten to a great place to stop for now. So I think I'll go ahead and save and call it. Ah, that was fantastic. Basically made it through just the tutorial, but still was a very fun time. I just can't believe the powers Link has now. I think I'm gonna miss some of the runes, especially like the bombs, but... Send, recall, ultra hand, diffuse, all that is nuts. I'm sure the game, especially basically with the shrines I'm gonna find, I'm sure I'm gonna learn more of how to actually take advantage and use all this stuff, but even for now the applications seem crazy. Even with my limited understanding. This is gonna be one fantastic game, I can tell. Thank you for joining me, friends. I think it's time for me to finally get some kind of dinner before it gets way too late. Not that it's anything near early. It's like 9 o'clock. Yes, indeed. Goodbye. Have a great night, everybody.